Hello, everybody. I am the Phenomenal Sir, and I am back with another dose of retro RPG goodness. Tonight, we are going to be starting a brand new adventure. We're going to be starting a brand new adventure. We're going to be playing Final Fantasy V, which came out originally in I think 1992. Um, I played it many, many years ago on the original PlayStation as part of it was like a Final Fantasy Greatest Hits double pack. It had Final Fantasy 5 and 6 in it. That was the last time I think I played either one of those games all the way through. Um, Big shout out to Yelleth, who purchased the game for me so that I could play it and enjoy it. And thanks to him, it's going to be our next big game to conquer. We'll just have to see if I can actually remember how to play it. We'll have to see if the Twitch gods let me play it. I'm going to snack a little bit while we play because I lost track of time because I was fooling around with my brand new animated emotes, which I was told that I might have finally. And I do. Look at all the animated emotes. So as a result, I slacked on like talking to Calrea and eating. But we're gonna get started now. It's gonna be fun. I don't remember. I remember the broad strokes of this game. I don't remember where secrets are or anything like that. I remember enough to know it was one of my more loved games in the series. They're beautiful. Well, a couple of them are. The others are of me, so you know. Almost choked on sunflower seeds. Alrighty. So it's a little bit earlier than originally planned. I had planned to play through Baldur's Gate again before I jumped into this, but this is the first of 4 Final Fantasy games that I'm planning to play this year on stream. We're going to be doing Final Fantasy V, then we're going to take a couple months off, do Final Fantasy VI, couple months off, Final Fantasy VIII, and then finish up with Final Fantasy IX. Oh, that's okay. I did too, Nintendo Joey, and I'm the one that wrote it, so. So this one's definitely been redone. Like I know that they had done like sprite remasters or whatever, but just in this first picture, I will say I can tell it's been redone, but it does not look like the butt that was the like weird Final Fantasy VI remake where they made all the characters like chibi sprites or whatever. But father, so something is wrong with the wind. I must go to the wind shrine to make certain nothing's happened to the crystal. It does have like that smartphone look to the dialogue though. Also, the dialogue goes very quickly, so I'm not going to be able to read it out loud probably. Yeah, the face one, Calrea, that's actually taken from Arrow 4, who is a fairly new streamer that I've discovered. He actually just started streaming back in August. And he's got a channel point redeem where he will try to draw you in Microsoft Paint. So he did a drawing of me, and I was like, "You better do a good job because just so you know, I'm making this thing into an emote." And I think he thought I was joking, but I basically like capped it and then cut the head off. Like he did me as like a soldier, like a knight or whatever. I don't know. I haven't actually played it yet, so I'm hoping that they didn't screw with it too much, Joey. The wind just stopped. Yar. I've got to hurry. The wind stopped. Father! Meanwhile, looks pretty though. It looks pretty in the way that it would probably look prettier if it wasn't in like a stretched out onto a computer screen. Like it looks like it's meant to be on a smaller screen, but I don't want to play it in windowed mode because I hate playing games in windowed mode. It actually looks better, honestly, looking at the stream, because I got my stream going on my laptop. Looking at the stream, it actually looks prettier on stream than it does here on my larger monitor. So, quack, quack. Boko, it's Boko, right? Boko the Chocobo. I do like that little fire because you can see it's giving off just a little bit of light as opposed to it just being like different colored pixels. Like they added a little bit of a glow effect to it. I like little things like that. Oh snap! Let's do it. Ah, I swear, I was just about to say, you're gonna leave that fire burning in the middle of the woods? Nope, they thought of it. Okay. Okay, pretty straightforward. I am seeing a little bit of screen tearing when I'm moving, though. I can't see it on y'all's side, though. Oh, snap. Okay. So I pressed X, now I'm just going for it. That doesn't look terrible. I'm not hating this little remaster. Hey, are you alright? Yes, I believe so. I give you my thanks. My name is Lena, and you are? Me? Uh-oh. Nah, we'll just go with Bart's. Chocolate chip cookies, hello, hello! How are you? Call me Bart's. Me and my chocobo just go wherever the trail leads us. Does that mean that there's a cosmic lurking as well? Oh no. I see Flame Purge. A couple other people jumping in. I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually really excited because I haven't played this game in probably like 10 or 12 years at least. Um, it's the remade version, but so I'm kind of learning what they've changed as I go. And as Calrea just demonstrated, I officially have animated emotes. They finally gave them to me today. I'm so happy because I've been waiting a really long time. This rock suddenly fell from the sky. The impact must have knocked me out. Guess it's a meteorite. A meteorite? Wonder if it has a connection to the wind stop. Again, I give you my thanks. I wish I could do something more to show my appreciation, but I really must go. Whoa, hey, hold up a sec. I literally just started, Benzo. I've been streaming for 10 minutes and 5 minutes of it was me talking, and I have not played this in over a decade, so settle in for some janky goodness. Huh? Oh. Help me. A over there? Pew! Nothing here. Nothing here. Treasure chest. Give me that. Oh, look, you can actually look on the map and see secrets now. I honestly really like that fancy little map in the corner. It kind of ruins the fun of finding the secrets, but it's also very helpful. So yeah, that's good. I knew there was a lot of little secret treasure chests and things, and I figured I just would never see them, so that's actually really cool. Cosmic Code, new follower. What? What? What the hell indeed? Are you alright? Where am I? Oh, my aching head. Sakes alive, what's happened? I don't remember. Eh? I can't remember anything. Looks like you hit your head pretty bad. Maybe you got amnesia. Oh, something came back to me. My name is Galuf. That's a start. Anything else? Nope, just the name. Other than that, my memory's completely blank. Cosmic, I have animated emotes now. I know how it's possible. You unfollowed me. Calrea can show you my amazing emotes of amazingness. There's one specifically that I think that you will like. Where are you going? I must go to the Wind Shrine. The Wind Shrine. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure that's where I was headed. It's decided. I'm going with you. But yeah, Calrea, spam all those new emotes. There should be 5 of them. Gotta get to that shrine. There you go. I feel it in my bones. You've got to take me with. Parts, what about you? Sorry, I'm gonna bow out on this one. Good luck, though. My man. Parts, thank you again. Farewell. Godspeed and all that whatnot. This is like Way of the Samurai, right? We just choose not to follow them and we win. Should you re-follow for follower emotes? I don't know, maybe. Is it not giving you the follower emotes? They're there. These are my follower emotes. Just a bunch of pictures of some loser. Come on, Boko, let's go. Oh, but I want to ride Boko in the forest. Damn it. You don't have any either? That is weird. Yeah, maybe you do need to unfollow and refollow. I don't know. Calrea was having some issues with that as well. Ow! Boko! Bad Chocobo! What are you doing stopping like that? Now hit him. I mean, you guys were all following me, and it's showing new follower, which it doesn't normally do when someone unfollows and refollows. So maybe there is an issue there. Yeah, it's showing all y'all as new followers, which it shouldn't be doing because, like I know I've done it before with Aeon where I've like unfollowed and refollowed, and it didn't give him the notification the second time. That's strange. Quit. Yeah, I know. The girl and the old man went off together. Now the question is, okay, so Calrea's still got her little subscription emote. Yeah, good. Yeah, I know. The girl and the old man went off together. But with all the goblins around these parts, fine, I got it. Ah! Boko, come on! Oh Lord, everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. Well, that's weird. I don't know why. Hey, Flame Purge. I saw you lurking in the chat, but I didn't want to put you on the spot or anything. How are you doing tonight? Oh yeah, you need to refresh as well, guys. You're gonna have to refresh your screen. I'm glad that you're also invested in getting follower emotes. Sippies? I'd do it. Yeah, I started to, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna say anything." Oh. Good morning. Arts. It seems I can't escape being in your debt. Hey, don't worry about it. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Oh, yeah, I definitely don't do that. The only reason I looked is because I knew chocolate chip cookies and Cosmic were a package deal. So I looked and I was like, and maybe Cosmic's at work or something, but that was why I was like, oh, I don't see him. But normally I don't check that. Seems like the meteorite's impact caused a few landslides. The road's covered in rubble. I don't think you're going to be able to make it to Tool this way. But if I can't get to the Wind Shrine, then... Wind Shrine. Gotta hurry. This old guy's pretty dead set on getting there, too. Alright, I'll go with you and personally see to it that you get there safely. Oh, really? Yeah, you know, my dad always wanted me to go out and travel the world, but it also feels like the wind is calling me. What a sweet talker, as if you don't just have the hots for the little lady. What? You're awake? Don't sound so surprised. This old dog is always ready for anything. I have a feeling Galuff's voice is going to change quite a bit as we run through this game. Still, if the road's blocked, that makes things a sight more difficult. Dot, dot, dot. I won't give up. Oh! I won't give up. There must be a way, right? Let's do it. All right, let's ride. Grab her. Throw her on the chocobo. Achievement unlocked. Take the first step. I remember there being a cave here. Probably opened up during one of those quakes. Poco, I think this is going to be a little too dangerous for chocobos. You stay here, okay? What? It's that spring. Better drink it. Better get in and roll around. I love it. I do really like the map. That the map is just like a picture of the overworld as opposed to like a lot of these RPG remakes that you see on smartphones and things like that. They just look really, really bad. Like it's just a bunch of blue blocks, you know, or something really hideous. A moat emote, then you'd have a moat moat. That would be nice. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to get. I actually thought I was in trouble because, like literally the first emote I did was the Zig emote where he's like, which I'd always said I was gonna make that into an animated emote instead of a regular one. And then I uploaded it, tried to upload the next one, and it was like, you don't have permission to fool with emotes right now. I was like, oh my god, they kicked me off. What have I done? Had animated emotes for 4 minutes and I got banned. Look at that. There it do. I don't know. I think it just disconnected me because I was flipping in and out of so many screens. Like, because I uploaded the first one, and then once I uploaded it, I like went into like 4 different people's channels and was like, look at this, and it probably just got angry at me for refreshing and leaving and moving around so much. This is a pirate hideout, meaning that ship we saw must have been a pirate ship. Wonder if they might give us a ride. I think the only ride they'd be interested in would be a keel haul for all 3 of us. Yeah, you can't ask a favor from a pirate. That's why we'll just sneak on and steal their ship. Whoa, you're pretty gutsy for an old timer. A runch? Did I do it? Did I do anything? Doesn't seem that way. What does this do? What'd it do? Yo ho ho and stuff. Time to cast off. Well, cast off means start sailing, kid. I know that. The wheel won't even budge. How do you work this thing? You try working anything and there'll be the devil to pay. I can't do the voices. I already know I'm not going to be able to do 4 unique voices. Sorry. Trying to steal my ship, are you? You've a lot of brass, or mayhap you're just lacking in brains. I'd wager it's the latter. Wait, I am Princess Lena of Tycoon. Please accept my apologies for attempting to commandeer your ship. What? She's a princess? So the girl's royalty. Sir, this is a formal request from the Kingdom of Tycoon. Please allow us the use of your vessel. I must get to the Wind Shrine. My father is in danger. Oh ho, the Princess of Tycoon here on my ship? I'm sure we could fetch a tasty sum for this one. Hey, leave her alone, you degenerate, lecherous, pirate. Glad to see that the localization was so well done. I beg of you, please. Swing. That pendant. Toss the lot of them into the brig. Aye, Captain. Well, this is a fine how do you do. What genius came up with the idea to steal a pirate ship anyway? Look in the mirror, Pops. Oh, my aching head. I can't remember a thing. And your amnesia oh so conveniently returns. I've dealt with some people like that in my professional career. Still, I can't believe you're really the Princess of Tycoon, Lena. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to keep it a secret. Not that big a deal, but if you're the princess, why were you going to the wind shrine all alone? My father is there. He hadn't been gone long when the wind dropped to almost nothing. I just can't shake the feeling that something terrible is happening. I slipped out of the castle and headed for the shrine, but then that meteorite fell, and you know the rest. Thank you for the sippies, by the way, Calrea. Why does the Princess of Tycoon have the same pendant as I do? Dun dun dun. She said her father's at the Wind Shrine. Prepare to cast off, lads. Set a course for the Wind Shrine. But Captain, what about the landlubbers? Untie him. Sometime today would be nice. But why? I reconsidered your request. You can go back to the brig if you'd prefer. Pull anchor. We sail for the Wind Shrine. Hey, something wrong with your ears today? I hope I don't have to repeat myself. Well, aye, Captain. I like it. I like it so far. I'm liking the way the sprites look. I'm liking the. It looks nice. It actually looks nicer than I thought it would look. In all seriousness. But again, I've got some traumatic wounds on my soul from what they did to Final Fantasy VI a few years ago. But the wind has stopped. How can the ship move? Full of curiosity, aren't you, lass? Sildra, come up and say hello. Isn't Sildra supposed to be Leviathan? My nose is stuffy. Beautiful, isn't she? Sildra and I were raised together. We're close as siblings. Yes, that is disappointing. That is very disappointing, Flame Purge. I am very sad that the Final Fantasy VI remake, they actually went in and took content out of the game. Like, I'm still torn because I own the remaster on Steam, and I am actually torn between if I'm going to play the remastered version of 6 or if I'm going to play the GBA version on a ROM, specifically for that reason, because they literally they had a game, they re-released it with more stuff, and then 10 years later they re-released it again and took the stuff back out. Like, I don't understand why they did that. Oh, see, I never had 5 on the GBA, so I didn't know anything about those. But yeah, that's so strange. It's so weird that they would do that. Captain, shall I sail her to the Wind Shrine for you? Yeah, sure, go for it. Somebody's gonna be like, no, you had to go get the best gun in the game. Best sword in the game, whatever. I got you. Fair. Princess Lena! What happened? Is everything alright? The wind suddenly stopped, and now monsters have overrun the shrine. What about Father? The king went up to the top floor. He has yet to return. Something must have happened to him. Crystal's up on the top floor, right? Won't hurt to go up and take a look. Mars, you're right. Come on. They're all pretty much the same. Drink this water to restore your energy. Princess, please take these with you. Can I save wherever I want to? Quick save. Okay. Wait, whoa. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, that's true. I bet they are. I remember I sold my 6 advance cart for more than it cost new, and I sold that several years ago. I didn't want to sell it. I had to sell it because I needed money for bills and stuff. And I think I ended up selling it for like $50, $55, something like that. I sold a lot of games around that time, so. The chest contained a tent. Right there. A consecrated circle. Okay. Oh. Madness. Crazy, crazy. I like all the different monster designs, but I don't really do anything but hit auto fight for all of them. I can't do anything else. Oh, I missed a treasure. And this, a whole lot of nothing. Oh, we going back, y'all. Can't miss that sweet, sweet treasure. Whee. Yeah. That's because the average age of gamers goes up every year. People like me that are old and feel like they got ripped off just want to revisit happier times and go back and play old stuff. Yeah. Oh, see, I'm glad I went back. Actually. That is crazy because I remember selling a lot of my older stuff for quite a bit of money at the time, and just seeing how much it would have sold for now, you know. But I've got some stuff. I mean, I don't collect games anymore, but I collect like vintage game advertisements and things, and I've got quite a collection that I have no doubt that in 10, 15 years they're going to be worth significant amount more. A lot of stuff from like the mid 80s, like original Famicom flyers and stuff. Oh, so that's why it said I'm playing Final Fantasy V? Because I am? Yeah. Crazy. Hello, Aeon. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you for the shout out. Aeon, I have brand new fancy emotes now. New animated emotes. You should get Calrea to show them off. I'm so excited. I say you should get, like you have control over it. Do them all. There you go. This guy's not playing around. Got him. And no XP. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't really a fight. Yes, finally! I finally got them, Aeon. I've been waiting so long. Do you? Oh, that's cute. I like that. Weren't you? I was looking back through our messages when you sent me the command list, Aeon. Weren't you gonna do one that was like a take on the little cat flapping the heart against the tabletop? Remember we talked about that a while ago. You said that you were gonna get a little animated emote of them just like quack 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 smacking a heart into the table. The crystal. Okay, good, because I think that'll be really freaking cute. It's shattered. What the? Nice. Swing. Arr. This reminds me a lot of that one game that Aeon played recently. What was that game? Bravely Default. I think this game ripped Bravely Default off. 4 heroes, every hero's aligned with an elemental crystal. Really? Really, guys? You gotta rip off Bravely Default. I'm joking. I swear to God, I'm joking. I know this game came out 30 years ago. Devotion, the essence of water. This is almost as bad as that blatant ripoff of Genshin Impact that Aeon's been playing lately. What's it called? Legend of Zaldu? Breath of the Wild? Hope, the essence of Earth. Passion, essence. What was that? What's happening? Feels warm. Are these the crystal's essences? Essences? Oh shit. He a ghost. Father! Listen, and listen well. You are the chosen 4, the warriors of light, bearers of the 4 crystal essences. Father, what do you mean? The wind crystal has already shattered. The other 3 crystals are in danger as well. You 4 must protect them. An evil presence is awakening, one that wishes to return everything to darkness. That's a cool little effect. Wah, 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 wah. Father! Go forth, warriors of light, and save the crystals. Wait! No! Father! Uh-oh. What are these? Guess they're pieces of the crystal. They're advancing menacingly. They are crystal fragments and stored within the power of warriors of legend. Knight, monk, blue mage, thief, black mage, white mage. Dun, 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 dun. Crystal, it's lending us its power. I think it's time we got out of here. Lena. Should be a warp panel behind the altar that will take us outside. Get a job, Bartz. Anybody got any preferences on jobs for some of our characters? Yeah, it's a blatant ripoff of Mega Man X. That's true. I'm the first to admit it. They basically just they did like a demake of Mega Man X, which is itself a ripoff of Mighty Number 9, which was itself a ripoff of 20XX, the prequel to 30XX. Bard? They don't have Bard yet. Do I? I don't have Bard yet. You crate. So Lena's going to be a white mage, because of course she's going to be a white mage. 4 white mages. Don't I have to buy spells in this game? Hang on. Oh yeah, I gotta actually buy spells first. Hang on. Maybe we don't need jobs. Oh my god. Okay. I do it. Would you like an explanation about the crystal fragments and the job ability system? No. I played a video game before. Come on. I'm gonna regret that. Now, obviously, the best job for everyone to be is just like in D&D, we want to be monks. Because everybody knows that monks are the best character. Boom. And we want to heal. The wind is becoming weaker and weaker. I'll stay here. Ah! Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I want to go this way. Can I go this way? Aww. It's locked. Uh-oh. Oh, this could be bad. Nope, it's not. I'm amazing. Correct. was a little nervous. I was like, oh god, I'm in an area I'm not supposed to be in. Hmm. So is it only towns that I've discovered that show up? Guess so. Grog! Grog! Me too. I think I'll stop in and have a drink as well. Okay. All right, here we are. This is a secret. I want secrets. I want secrets. I'm training to be a bard. Listen to this. Great. Amazing. Yes. So new. Ah! Oh, so it doesn't always show everything on the map. I'm thinking I missed something in the wind temple. Because I'm pretty sure I remember there being stuff like that. Do not put him back up front. There we go. Oh. Inside this chest is a present for me. Why do I get the feeling that it's a mimic? Okay. Yeah, I wonder what the prize he's gonna give us is. What do you think, guys? It's a monster! Oh, it's just a goblin. Correct. I was thinking it was gonna be something bad. Learned so much. Go! Oh. Nope. Yeah, treasure. I know it's there. The beast in the canal only seems to target women. Interesting. What? No human person could ever fit through a gap that small, I suppose. Pretty sure that this is Zock's house. Zock? Yes, he built the Torna Canal. Buddy? Oh, Princess Lena! Zock, it is good to see you. You too. It's been a long time. Zock, I have a favor to ask. We need to pass through the Torna Canal so we can reach Waltz. I'm afraid it's much too dangerous. Ever since the Wind Crystal was destroyed, a foul beast has made the canal its lair. Moreover, I seem to have lost the key to the canal somewhere. Sorry I can't help you with the key. Still, since you've come all this way, won't you at least stay the night? Excellent! Wonderful! I'll show you to your room. So he's just got a room off the living room that's got 4 beds set up in the corners. They're the reason, Dad. The crystals must be protected at any cost. Listen, Stella, if anything should happen to me, never tell Bartz about the crystals. They shouldn't be his burden to bear. Oh, darling, please don't say things like that. Hmm. Whoa, what are you doing, Creeper? I'll protect the crystals. I promise. What's the matter, Bartz? Nothing. I was just reminded of my folks. They died a while back, though. Here, take it. Showing. Like what? The key to the canal. With it, you can open the gate and travel to Walls. I was worried for Lena's safety, so I hid the key. Please, take care of her. So do bards actually suck, Benzo? Or are they secretly the second best character after mimics? Hmm. Nice. Unless you use a spoon on Edward, he's ass. Okay. Good to know. What can I do for you? I'm gonna need all this. Thank you. Or well, what's the? Oh, dang it. I'll train her to level 1, and then we'll do our thing. And bip. Get them all to level 1 as monk, and then see what else. What can I do for you? Psycho Edward. Psycho Cyan is the bug I remember from Final Fantasy VI, where he just goes forever. So dreamy. I'll go check on him. Wah. Bartz, what have you got that goofy look on your face for? Ah, okay. I got you. I got you. What do you mean? Must have been a trick of the light or something. For crying out loud, shove over and let me see. Ah, okay. Great Caesar's ghost. Just gorgeous. A beauty for the ages. What in the world are you two going on about? Ah, slept like a babe, I did. What are you two gawking at? Get a hold of yourselves. Now shove off. I need some time to myself. Oh, I thought I was like actually getting Faris into the party. Okay. Well, never mind. That was just a fun little bonus thing. Whee! Away we go. Whee! Don't forget about me. Oh. There we go. See ya. Thank you, Faris, for all your. Hmm. See ya. Noise. Okay. And I forgot to look. Is there like a shield that they sell? There is. We've got one in stock. Okay. Very nice. Very nice flame. I was actually talking to Finral Everbrand earlier. He's playing through Breath of Fire, and I was telling him about it. And I was like, damn it, I can't remember the name of the person. Like, I couldn't remember if it was Flame Purge or if it was like Flame Purge and then something else at the end. I was having trouble. I was like, it's Flame something. I can't remember what it is. But Finral's working his way through the game now. I think I did it right. Did I spell it right? Yeah, there you go. He just beat Moat for the first time today. Captain, wait up! Sorry, lads, I'm leaving you laggards behind. What? Captain, but why? You know we'd follow you to the ends of the earth. Nope, not happening. I know, and I thank you for it, but not this time. Captain! The smells of a long journey. While I'm gone, I need you louts to guard the hideout. We can't let anyone raid our booty. But Captain, please. How are they going to get back to the hideout if we take the boat? Aye, aye, sir. Wind at your back, Captain. Godspeed. Oh, yeah. They could do like fire ants and just grab hold of each other's hands and feet and just make like a human raft. They'll be fine. Lena, what's wrong? The wind crystal has shattered. Right now, the wind has only slowed, but soon it will stop blowing completely. In a few years, the air will grow stagnant and the winds won't have any place to fly. Father said that we have to protect the 3 remaining crystals. 3 crystals? Yes, the crystals of fire, water, and earth. If those were lost too, then what? First, nothing would happen, but it wouldn't be very long before the earth began to decay. The seas would grow dirty, the rivers cease to flow, fires would lose their heat, and the world would turn dark and cold. It really would become an unlivable place. That's what they told us in Golden Sun, and we know how that turned out. Guys, we've got to protect the crystals. Huh? Did something trigger any of your memories? Nope, doesn't matter. I'm still gonna help. Well said, old man. I'm coming along too. Besides, we still have to find Lena's father. King Tycoon? But he disappeared into thin air. Oh, I just assumed he was dead and that was a ghost. He still lives. I feel it in my bones. Never for a moment believe otherwise. Hearts, will you come with us? Until now, I was just along for the ride. But things changed. Swing! The crystal shard, we were given power to protect the world. The power of the wind crystal. That's it, I'm in. We've got some crystals to save. Sure enough, let's be off. But first, back to the Wind Shrine. To level, and also to check and make sure that I didn't miss any secrets. Okay, so now we'll change her. Yes, okay. Yeah, cool. And we'll change... make him a blue mage because he looks goofy. And we'll make Varus a black mage for now. And we will make parts. Did they? Is it like significantly better or? Well, good. I'm glad. I want to remove. There we go. And I want to quit. And I want a formation. Boom. I'm good. I'm glad that it's turning out to be a good retranslation because I was worried. Oh wait, don't I have to like give Dude Man the learn ability or whatever? Oh, I guess I don't know it yet, huh? Get him! Mess him up! Maybe I'm thinking of the next shrine, and I'm just wasting time. What do you think, guys? Could be. Moist. Another shoe. Hmm. Preemptive strike. So many leather shoes. Yes. Loot indeed, Calrea. At the very least, I'm getting like extra accessories and things to sell for later. And XP to level up. Looks like I'll be getting a job level for each of them after this. Yeah, maybe it was the next temple that I'm thinking of. I feel like I remember something where you like come upstairs and then you have to loop around like this to go up. But if you go this way, it'll like... There's like a passage. Check. So, do I just automatically... Maybe I should have talked to the person. So now I need 20 ABP for the next one. Because it said that for blue magic you need to like learn. It said you need to have the learn ability. So far it seems like they cleaned up the sprites, they cleaned up the backgrounds, they didn't make it look gross and cartoony like the 6 remake I was thinking of. Oh, there's a treasure chest. Okay. Staff. And okay, so but I do have it. That was what I was misunderstanding, because it said for the blue mage it was like to learn blue magic, have a character with learn get attacked, and I'm like, oh, but I don't have that. I'll get, please. Okay. Okay. Get him. Mess him up. Give him the stick. And I guess, does each character have to learn the blue magic independently, or like when one learns it, does everybody know it? Oh, thank God. Okay. That would be hellacious otherwise. Okay, so in theory, I can just like run around and then defend, and everybody will... Okay. So I guess if I wanted to like learn blue magic, I need to find an enemy that does a spell or something, and then just switch everybody to blue mage to like farm that, right? And then once I learn it, I can switch them back to their normal jobs. Makes sense. Oh, are they just doing the same thing over again? Hang on. Over and over again. So then I guess I'll put him back to being a monk. Or well... too indecisive for these kinds of games. Oh god! Okay. Oh my god. Here we go. See what kind of XP we're looking at here. Pretty much the same. Okay. If y'all didn't know I had the key, then why did you all come with me here? Does it matter? Let's get going. We're gonna have to fight Ultros. Ultros. Boom, baby. Nice. Over here. Uh-oh. Whirlpool! Hey, what's that? Oh no, the monster of the canal. Thundering typhoons, the rudder's not responding. You better figure something out fast, because we're getting sucked in. And I'll just get pressed down, mash down. Oh. Go, 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 go. Oh. Sildra, what's wrong? Look alive, something's coming. Oh no. Oh, well, that was easy. I'm thinking, oh god, am I going to be able to heal up? Boom, baby. Nice. Got a tent. Sildra! I'm sure she's okay. She's a fighter, and you know it. Sildra! Tomio, unhand me! Sildra! Why then? How's Ferris? As well as can be expected. We should leave it be. Him? Leave him be? The ship is just drifting with the current. Wonder where we'll end up. Ferris, Sildra is... Surely Sildra is still out there, alive somewhere. Honestly, I'm not sure why the sea dragon would be inconvenienced by being pulled underwater like that. Like, I don't know. Just me. Wake up! Wake up, guys! The graveyard of the sea. A gathering place for abandoned and scuttled ships, and a nest for the undead. Hey, Zachy boy, it was okay. How about yourself? How was your evening? I enjoyed watching your stream this morning. I'm sorry I was a little quiet. I was working, so I could only chat occasionally. Zachy was doing some high energy Minecraft work this morning. Um, you guys should check them out if you are a fan of such things. Okay, well, I will still be here, I'm sure, Flame. Zachy, I believe I've seen Zachy play Fortnite, Minecraft, and have I seen Fortnite? Yeah, I've seen Fortnite, Minecraft, and what else? What else have I seen them play? I feel like there's something else, but I can't remember what now. No, you're fine, Zachy. I was just working away. I had my work computer right here, and I was listening to you stream, and then I had a call, so I muted you. And then when I came back, you were gone, and I was like, well, I guess he left. Okay, I knew it was some kind of shooter. Black Ops 3, 4, Cold War, and Warzone. There you go. Get wrecked. I do like that there's like 0 input delay. Once you actually choose your move, your characters just go immediately. Hmm. Far. Noise. Earning some sweet, sweet XP. Hmm. Get him. Okay. The meat has rotted off these skeletons' bones, but their pants still stayed on, so thank God for that. Apprentice Warrior. Nice. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, I get the feeling these aren't undead. Oh, nope, they are. Okay. Galuf mastered learn! Hell yeah! Alright, so now we can make Galuf something else. And then he can basically just learn stuff. Because he doesn't have any blue magic right now, so there's no point in him. There we go. Perfect. So now he's got good attack power. Quick. Can hit everybody. Uh-oh. Do we have to go this way? We'll get soaked. What, are you going to melt or something? Come on. Right down into the water. Shing. Oh, he's super dead. Uh-oh. Undead Husk. Oh. Is dead. Get wrecked, son. Hmm. Ooh. I need to go easy because I'm going to need that healing later, I'm sure. Close. Oh no! Oh, do they do the rose thing in this, where if you've got other enemies in front, do the ones in the back take less damage in this game? I think they do. Can I climb this? No. Well, he's dead. Wrecked! Take 1,000,000 damage points and die. We did it. I guess we're going further down. Oh. The encounter rate though. Wide. Oh, nice. Got that sweet counter attack. It looks like they adjust your earned XP as you gain levels as well. It seems like all of a sudden these fights are worth way less experience points now that I've leveled up. So you can't just like over level your character to the point where things get ridiculous. Oh, never mind. I was scared for a second. Oh. No, I'm fine. Aw, poo. Oh, that's a shame. Arts Mastered Guard. I get it. Noise. I'm soaked. Yow! There's a fish in my shorts. This room seems safe enough. Let's take a rest. I'm gonna change into some dry clothes. No peeking. Okay, time to get dry. I'm fine like this. Don't worry about me. Are you crazy, boy? You'll catch pneumonia in those wet things. Don't we already know that Forrest is a girl? Hey, what are you doing? Get away! Don't touch me! What's all the commotion? Lena, he... Oh, my stars and comets! He's a woman! That's not a man. Or is it Austin Powers? That's not a woman. It's a man, man. Of course not. But why were you trying to hide it? When I was just a lad, or lass, a pirate band took me in. I've been one of them ever since. Yeah, so? Well, would you want to be the only girl in a ship full of pirates? Ah, I thought from the start that you were awfully pretty for a man. Anyhow, make fun of me for being a woman and I'll shiver your timbers, but good. Whatever you say. That's right. Now I'm turning in and you louts had best do the same. Okay. Everybody, wake the hell up. Hey, old man, that's enough lollygagging from the likes of you. On your feet, let's go. Her tone still smacks of machismo to me. No point in trying to change her. Forrest is who she is. That's for certain. Okay. Why wouldn't they just put the save point in the room? Sucks. Nah. Get him. Mess him up. I guess that goes nowhere. Okay. Focus. Nah. Oh, okay. Jump. Jump. Wow. Such a good move. Such a good ability. Yeah. Hits everything on the field. Great stuff. Oh, a map. Nice. Got the world map. Oh, treasure room. Okay. Antidote. Antidote. Monsters? Nope, no monsters. Hmm. Hmm. Get him. Mess him up. Samut does more damage, but he also takes more damage. It's the physical damage glass cannon. Uh-oh. I done messed up. Oh. Okay. Oh, wait, is this a door? No, it's not a door. Just a fancy design. Get it. Something's fishy about this place, and it ain't the smell of cod. Arts, come closer. Mom? Come here, my cherub. Father! Lena? Ah! Grandpa, let's play. Who's that? I just can't remember. Oh, snap! Let us eat your soul. Become one of us. Never, demon. Oh, I didn't expect any of you to escape the effects of my magic. Greetings, I am Siren. I'm afraid your companion's souls now belong to me. Still, I'm feeling generous. I could be convinced to spare yours if you ran home quietly. You think I would abandon these kids? Fat chance, Missy. Why would you risk your life for these people? Because they're my friends. Don't be fooled by her trickery. Open your eyes. Whack. Whack. You know, that nearly killed all of them because he's a monk. His barehanded slap was enough to shatter bone. Noise. Uh-oh, here it comes! That's right, no specific weaknesses. Get wrecked. Oh no! I feel like if everybody was a monk, oh, that's helpful. I feel like if everybody in the party was a monk, I could have just killed her in the first round before she even got to do anything. Just based on the bonus damage I'd have been doing from all the extra hits and things. She's got to be almost dead already. I've done a ton of damage for such an early boss. Oh. There we go. Bye, have a beautiful time. Cosmic code redeem time for sippies. It's about 2 sippies worth. Thank you, Cosmic. Always looking out for me. I appreciate you. And this is actually a perfect time once this little cutscene's done. I can go to the bathroom and get a refill, and then we can keep on keeping on. I owe you my life. Don't sweat it. Aw, you're blushing. I'm doing nothing of the sort. Flex, flex, flex. He does the zig flex. Alrighty. So before I forget, hear me. Chickadee. Alright. And I'm gonna set my away screen up, and I'm gonna go get another beer, go potty, and then I will be right back, y'all. So just wanted to test something, sorry. her to be nice to my chair. This chair is older than most of my viewers, I'll have you know. And it does not smell like Cheetos because I actually take the blanket off of it and wash it about once a month. I take care of my stuff. Hello, OJ. How are you? I should have done this earlier, but I forgot. We're playing a little bit of Final Fantasy V, OJ. How have you been? How's school? Have you already started up? I remember you saying that school was starting soon for you. Doing okay. Hanging in there. I got all my animated emotes finally unlocked. What else is new? Yesterday I got the first of my arcade cabinets delivered yesterday. Calrea helped me get it all set up. And then I had ordered a second one, and I didn't even think they had shipped it yet because they hadn't actually sent me like a shipping notification. But FedEx dropped it off today. So tomorrow after I finish work, I'm going to be, it'll probably be mostly Calrea because she's better at that kind of thing. I'll be building the second one. So I got toys to play with when I'm not up here. No. We had a busy weekend. We were moving furniture around and cleaning, and we did a lot of work in the bottom part of our house. So. Could you die now, please, Mr. Elephant? Burn it. Kill it with fire. There we go. Wow. Okay. This is my first time playing Final Fantasy V. Ooh. Very nice. My first time playing Final Fantasy V since I was in my early 20s, I think. So you're going to see me running around like a spaz whenever I get to a new town because I don't remember where anything is. You're not ghosts, are you? Maybe. Maybe we're ghosts. Will you give me money if I'm a ghost? I do like that they have a little exclamation point that shows up now so you know if there's actually an item there or not. There it is. Ah! Poison flowers. What? Do you hear this music? Yeehaw! Oh wait. The music is bumping. I am quite a fan. gonna go with the copper, because it's a little lighter. Also, wait, can I dual wield these? That would be amazing. Copper. Yeah! Doing my little dance. Yeah. Okay. We got potions. Let's get... Got it. Okay. Actually, hang on. Can I sell you? Can I sell you? Can I sell those? Yahoo! Okay. Maybe I should buy an extra... Well, no. The left's got blue. Blue magic learn. Let's go around down the stairs. Got it. Rydia? The Kingdom of Waltz is south of here, beyond the sea. Quick trip by sea, but since the wind slowed, there aren't any ships sailing. Haven't got silver either. Yeah, bring that up again. Just dig your thumb into that wound. Frost Rod? Hell yeah! Okay, we get it. Oh my god. So every single one of them is just going to give me the same BS. I forgot the spells already. Noise. Wait. Why can't I see that? Is that a secret? Why won't it? I want that secret! Ah! So why didn't... Okay. Okay. Oh my god. So you... Good to know. Okay. Yes. Isn't there? Oh, this is a thing. You got to play like in every town, right? There's a piano in every town. Piano skill leveled up. Yeah, I remember this. Father's Windrake is on North Mountain. How would it be there? North Mountain grows a plant called Dragon. Is the only... Oh, okay. Say, Bart, since land and sea are out, we should take to the air. We could ride to Waltz and hear you. This is Breath of Fire 5, Audrey. This game is amazing. I haven't played it in forever. But it definitely has a good sense of humor. They did a lot of work on the localization. Flame Purge was in here earlier talking about it. And Flame was saying that they were quite pleased with the localization job. Oh, wait, that's the exit. I think this was one of, if not the first Final Fantasy to introduce the... Yeah, it's Final Fantasy V. Am I not playing Final Fantasy V? Am I drunk? It's Final Fantasy V. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying then. Ignore me. No, Final Fantasy V. This was the first... I must just be missing Breath of Fire. Sorry. I was thinking about Breath of Fire. I've been watching people play it all day on Twitch. Final Fantasy V was like the first one that... that introduced the crystals, I think, or the concept of the crystals. It's because Final Fantasy might be good, but Breath of Fire is synonymous with RPGs. So when I say RPG, I mean Breath of Fire. That's what it is. There we go. I apologize, Audrey. I love you. Please don't be mad at me. Tattoo. Tattoo. Woo! That damage, though. You threw me off because earlier, Aeon Aegis came in and Aeon was like, oh, I was wondering why your stream said Final Fantasy V. And I was like, what does that mean? I'm playing Final Fantasy V, aren't I? Am I going crazy? Am I playing the wrong Final Fantasy? This cat has fake wings. Get it. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Kill it with fists. Oh no, it's immune. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? Did the game get corrupted, or did you have to like reload it, or what? Do you know what happened, or was it just like you started the game and it was gone? A gold needle. Cat scratch. Oh, I'm sorry. That stinks. Man, I'm really wanting to use a Marble 3 right now. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how much of a punishment that actually is for Audrey. to lose those files. That means they get to play all over again from the start. What is that weird square down there? Ah! Get wrecked! That's weird. There's a slightly off-color square down there in the corner. That's bugging me. Just know it's a secret. Oh, why do they hate her so much? They're so mean. Okay, well, awesome. Thank you so much for the lurks. I'll try not to be too distracting. But no promises. Oh, I mastered the bare-handed maneuver. Nice. Instead of Galacat, they should have named this Icarus, like Icarus, but Icarus. I can't. Wah. Nice. Correct. Correct, jerk. Honestly, in the short term, I probably could stand to just train everybody with like one level of White Mage, just so that everyone can heal if they need to, like double up. Because as it is, everybody's just using one ability instead of two. They're not like doing the, or well, I think that's later, right? The dual classing thing. Not sure. No, I'm questioning myself. These slugs are buttholes. I could switch Lena and Faris around. Hey, Yelleth, how's it going, my friend? How are you doing? How have you been? Doing good, just cruising right along in our amazing game. I do believe I might have missed the first piano, though. So, I'm not going to be able to level up my sweet piano skills. But how was the race? Did you guys have a good one, or was it did it end up being really janky, as such things do? There we go. There, now everybody can heal, or well, not everybody. We have two characters that can heal and use black magic. It's like having red mages, but not as good. Once he gets to level 3 as a knight, we'll switch him over. Deluff can probably change to something else now, though. Oh, okay. We'll switch our boy back to Blue Mage, but we'll give him Barehanded, and then Bart's. We'll keep going with that for a bit. Remove. There we go. I'm enjoying it as well. It's a good game. I'm probably doing it all wrong, but... Oh, I stepped on the plants like an idiot. Oh, God. And the remake is actually very nice. It's got good dialogue. The dialogue's been localized very well. No complaints really to speak of so far. I was really thinking it was going to be like that horrifying Final Fantasy VI remake. Not the one that they did on Steam, but the one that came out a while ago on the smartphones and stuff like that, which I don't know if that's the same one as the one that I've got on Steam. I'm going to have to find out. I was talking to Flame Purge. They were in here earlier, and they did say that, unfortunately, the bonus content that was added to the game in the Game Boy Advance versions is not in this version. Like, they took out, for Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy VI, they took out the, oh, well, welcome back. I was just talking bad about you. Not really. I was just saying... Flame was telling me that the added content that they put in the GBA versions of Final Fantasy V and VI were not kept in the remakes that are available on Steam. So, like, for 6, I know you could get, like, the Cactar King and Diablo and a couple of others that you can't get now. It's unfortunate. What's this? Father's helmet! Obtained Mithril Helm. Oh! She just got shot! Oh, snap! Lena! Ho, 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 ho. I came here after that Windrake, but I seem to have caught something much more valuable. Wait, you'd hunt a Windrake? Of course, their horns fetch quite a high price on the black market. Ho ho ho! But I've caught no less than the Princess of Tycoon herself. Yes, you'll make a lovely souvenir for my husband. That's weird. Let her go, you addle-pated, foul-complexioned scofflaw. Yeah. Oh shit. Boris! Oops, I guess he slipped. Pity. What? Lena, hang on! Oh, annoying little twerps ruining my plans. Fine, it just means I'll have to crush all 4 of you. Just making me sad, Flame Purge. Honey, come take out this trash. Oof. my god. Do you like it or do you think it's funny? I'm not judging. I just want to specifically know which it is. Oh, well, I guess he's awake again. Like I said, I'm not judging. I'm really not. I just was hoping for clarification. I know you do, Vince. It's okay. Boom, baby. Get wrecked. Whip. Or of a Sabin. Sabine? Sabin? Sabine? Yeah. I can see that. Boris, thank you. And then we just keep on rolling. That's true. He can suplex a train. Hear you. He's hurt pretty bad. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. Crunch. Oh no. It's a good thing she's a white mage and can just heal herself. Don't come any closer. I'll be fine. I just need to reach the dragon grass. Give the dragon grass to hear you. Quickly. Mulch, 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 mulch. Please, get well. My stars and garters, you're out of your gourd, young lady. That was insanely reckless. And then Dragon's like, thanks, sucker. Just flies away. They do look really nice. Like, I had only seen the still pictures, but I am really enjoying the way this game looks, in all seriousness. Thank you. Looks like you're both hale and hearty again. Let's saddle up. Actually, I don't really like heights. Your face, kiddo. Now hop on. Ah! That's a great... Okay, so I can control it. Oh my god, he can't fly over mountains. Silliness. Okay, whatever. That's okay. We'll allow it. You better stay there, little butt. Okay. Oh my god, the music. Nice. Yes. Woo! That's what I was thinking. Isn't that like how you unlock the bard class or something, Yelleth? But yes. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been better. Honestly, if I get my capture card, before if I get my capture card before I get to Final Fantasy VI, which I got a couple of games after this, you know what I could play it on? Boom, baby. And they still call it Final Fantasy 3 on here. Got my little SNES Mini. Hell yeah. Amazing how banged up this box gets just sitting in a closet. But it is what it. Yeah, I don't know why it's. Actually, I really don't know why it's so. I guess because I keep opening it and closing it. I keep the actual system in the box, but I guess if I wanted it to be like a collectible item, I would stop opening and shutting the box, right? Yeah, I've streamed a couple of things off of here. This is how I streamed Secret of Mana and Earthbound last year. So. While we're at it, since I'm standing. There we go. Let me change the window to just chatting. Hang on. I can show y'all my fun thing here. Oh, this is messed up. I was saying before that I collect the vintage game ads. These are getting warped in there. That's weird. The little frame pieces are. But anyway, um, got the original Final Fantasy for the Famicom. It's an openable. It's an openable advertisement. So you can only see the front and back, unfortunately. But it does open up, and it's got a world map in it, and it's got like pictures of some of the summonable monsters and things like that appear, and some of the boss monsters. But yeah, this is one that opens up like it accordions out, but I keep it in the frame as with all things. This is a really nice one. This was one of the harder ones for me to find. Um, it's a little crinkled in some spots where you can tell some people have handled it, but overall, I mean, for it being from 19, when was it? 86, 1987, pretty good. Flame Perch said, I forget. It's just 6. And they don't call it 6, they call it Final Fantasy 3. I need to make a better background for that just chatting thing. So. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. All right. So we got that. And there's another meteorite over there. I wanted it. I wanted Final Fantasy for the Super Nintendo, but I was not able to acquire it as a child. Can I get Boko back? No Boko? Boko? No. Or is he over here on the... He's in the little forest, isn't he? Or am I jumping the gun? Yeah, I guess I'm jumping the gun, huh? I'm just exploring. Holy cow! Here comes Donazatello with a 7-viewer raid! Hello, Donazatello, and hello, Raiders! I am the Phenomenal Sir, a player of retro and just plain old janky games, and today we are playing Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster on Steam. So technically it's an old game, but it's a new release of an old game. That works too, Benzo. For those of you who don't know him, Donazatello is a member of the Jank Bros, a founding member of the Jank Bros, and he was racing Yelith earlier today in Link to the Past Randomizer. And apparently he went and played Mega Man 2 after that, because he's just not happy being just a little slower than me. Trying to beat my time. How was your rest of your stream, Donaz, after I left? I heard that the run was jank, as it always should be. Raid, raid, raid. Okay, well, I guess we got those 2 cottages. And that's good enough. I was thinking I was going to get something really good for skipping back to here when I did. Oh no! The cursed raid! I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that it was for a good cause. Okay. So, 'twas all for a good cause. Princess Lena! Forgive me, I didn't mean to worry you. We can't possibly recover without you. FF5 hype! And I understand. Princess Lena, we will protect the kingdom in your stead. I swear it. Berserker Galuf? I will. I will do that thing. Right now, he's Monk Galuf, so... Or no, he's Blue Mage now. I changed him back once he learned barehanded. So we'll make him a barehanded Berserker. How's that? I don't know if I'm doing stuff out of order right now or not. Paris? It's late. You should be in bed. I think you mean, so should you, my sister. I'm right, aren't I? You're my older sister. What are you going on? I definitely think that I skipped ahead in the story a little bit here. What are you going on about? Me? Don't be daft. But besides, a buccaneer like me, really a princess? Sounds a bit far-fetched. Then you just ran into her bedroom and locked the door. What? But your pendant. Huh? Nothing. You have missed some insane music earlier, by the way. Oh, they're all here. You missed some great music earlier, Donaz. They were it was out there. We might have to go back to that one town just so we can jam to the music. Okay. The King's Windrake is alive. That's wonderful. You better not be sitting on my dad's throne. Okay. Thank good. Thank godness. Thank good. Thank godness. Thank God. Thank goodness. Dear Lord. Okay, so we did that. For whatever that was worth. There's supposed to be like an item shop or something around here. I want an item shop, please. Thank godness and to hell with it. Oh. Give me that. Give me those sweet jank buckets of goodness. Of godness. Dank buckets of godness. Oh, that's. Oh, wait. Huh? Oh. Was it? No. Nothing. Music is very good. Well, so where's the Chancellor at then? They said he had something for me. Where's he hiding? Hang on. Or was that old dialogue that just hadn't been updated yet? Mr. Chancellor? Mr. Chancellor, sir? Where are you hiding? Up here with the treasure? No, he's not with the treasure. I'll check that. There was that one little spot to the right of the castle, but if he's not over there, then he's just going to have to keep whatever he's got to himself. Oh. Someone packed a cottage in this barrel. Sarisa? Ooh. So now we know her name. Okay. Fun stuff. You know what? Before I forget, hang on. Ooh. To yell with it, maybe. Indeed. To yell with it. I know I've already said it a couple of times, but I just want to reiterate that I think that the maps look amazing on these on this remaster. Like, the map is actually quite nice. It's got very nice quality to it for what it is. Oh, well, that... Let's not go there yet. That just looks like trouble. You have a piano. I want to play it. Get in the water. Ribbit, ribbit. Well, there's going to be a lot more Final Fantasy goodness with the Phenomenal Sir this year, because as you know, this is just the first of 4 I plan to play, so we're going to be doing this one, and then later on we'll have 6, and then 8, and then 9 to round out the year. It's easy being green, you dig? I do dig. Thank you, Mr. Frog. Senior Frog. Nothing in here? Nothing in here? This was Breath of Fire. There'd be treasures everywhere. Dang it. You shotgun Shadow's name for five. You know what? I should do that for Final Fantasy VI. I should have redeems for naming characters and let people pick the names. That's a good idea. I like that, Denas. Hey, girl. Oh, dang it. Gotta go back in. Hang on. Always rename. Do they not sell spells here? What can I do for you? Well, sir. And boom. Oh, I don't need that. Darn it. Because I don't want him to have a shield. I want him to be barehanded. Ah! Okay. Let's sell some of this random bull crap. We got a whip. I forgot about that. Power drink. A girls-only Octopath run. I have never played Octopath, so I don't know if that's going to be amazing or terrible, or I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Jerry Boir, me. Oh, I know. I've heard good things about it. I had actually... some of the stuff in Voltage Genesis in the earlier versions, like the way they do the combat menus in Octopath, I had actually gotten a similar setup in Voltage, but it didn't play well with other extensions. I've seen a little bit of it played, but I've never actually played it myself. Gee, I wonder if we're gonna unlock time mages and summoners soon. What do y'all think? Got one of them pianos. Oh, I probably should have saved some gil for the actual inn, huh? Oh, well, no, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, let's do it. Wah. I guess I should talk to the castle people, right? So they can scoff that the water crystal might be in danger. All shops are low and before you go to jail. Okay. I will probably forget. I have not gotten any blue magics yet, Denaz. I think I need to go back to some earlier areas and just make the whole party blue mages and then wait. Galuff is a blue mage right now, and he has learn unlocked. But I probably need to just make them all blue mages and then have them all just get far enough to learn, so that they can all, like, get it. Okay, so that just opens that. Whoop-de-doo. Probably shouldn't have done that, huh? I thought there would be a secret. I thought there would be a secret, Denaz. I'm sorry. I still have not received mine, Yelleth. They still have not arrived. What did I do, Denaz? Did I break the game? What did I do? I can reload. Ah, quit moving around. Faster. It says the treasures he steals are 2 cottages in Castle Tycoon, a cottage in Surgate Castle, a cottage in Carwyn, and the Blitz Whip in Jacole Cave. Those 5 treasures are not counted on the percent of treasures looted, and the Blitz Whip can also be stolen from Flaremancers in the Fork Tower, but will be lost forever if not obtained before the tower's destruction. So it doesn't sound like it's that bad. I did get the animated emotes, and I got a thing saying that the Breath of Fire plushies were gonna be delivered today, but they weren't, which makes me think they'll probably just be here tomorrow. They probably just didn't make it onto the truck. Holy crap, bro! Well, I guess I'm dead. Full story. Yeah. Well, I guess I won't let Lone Wolf out now, right? Oh. Oh my god. Really? That's some Rings of Power level BS. That was an automatic quick save. Okay, so that's like all that attacks you here, basically. Okay. Yeah, hurry up and kill me so I can reload. I saved before I came into the castle, so that's fine. Hell no. Yes, go back to the title screen. Because it spawns you on the ladder, so you can't even, like, just leave immediately. You have to take 1 step forward and then 1 step back to get out of there. Okay. Jerks. Okay, well, thank you so much for being here, Flame Purge. I hope to see you again in the future. Have a good sleep. All that jazz. Oh, well, that was anticlimactic. Get him. And Danaz and Yelith, in case you guys don't know, Flame Purge is the one that's working on that Breath of Fire 1 retranslation project, I believe. I say I believe. I know they are. That's the person that's doing it. So. Like, and not yes, and a true hero in that Flame was telling me about how, like, they're using the Breath of Fire 1 manga. There's 2 different Breath of Fire 1 mangas that they are using to help them, like, come up with the dialogue and expand the lore that's presented in the game based on the other, like, printed published materials related to the game. So it's going to be like a for real retranslation, and not just like, hey, you know what would make more sense would be if they said this. Like, they're actually doing real research going into this. Yeah. Get him. Oh. Were you stuck? Mr. Scholar, are you stuck? How exciting. I've played 2 pianos so far, Danas. I actually had to fly back to the first town because I forgot about it. You look well. Come with a request. Please stop amplifying the power of the water crystal. However, there is no evidence to suggest the same thing will happen to the water crystal. Furthermore, I am certain that the people would be opposed to ceasing the crystal's amplification. Look, we don't have time to be arguing over the... Well, if it makes you feel any better, there's no way we were going to be able to prevent it from being destroyed at this point, right? In theory. It's an emergency! A meteorite fell near the Tower of Walls. What? No time to lose. Assemble the guard! To the tower at once! Yes, sire. Let's go. This just feels like there should be a secret. I am disappointed. Happy music starts again. Oh, what just happened? What? What's going on? Why am I vanishing? Look at this. Very suspicious. If this was an RPG Maker game, I would know why that's happening. I would have a suspicion as to why that was happening. You can just rot down in the basement, Lone Wolf. Wait. Okay. Good. Making sure. Check it out. Exciting. Okay, guys, let's do it. Okay. I feel like the name should be Ice Toad and Elf Soldier instead of what they are. Just me. Punch him. Punch that frog. There we go. Nice. Pause day soon. Three more, and our boy is gonna level up. We can switch to something else for him. Get him! Mess him up! Here we go. Nope. Yes! Haha! Okay. It's just... I don't know if there's a fight on the next floor. Ooh. Ooh. Kill the wizard! What do we think? Monk or Thief? I'm leaning towards Monk, so then I can switch to a Thief and just do the barehanded and have, like, good power. Oh, I don't have a helmet now. Oof, that's not good. Oh, guess we'll find out. Yeah, it's kind of busted early on. Like, just training everybody as a monk until they get barehanded, and then just letting them train in whatever else they want with barehanded equipped. Yeah. I'm tempted to do that in like an off-stream segment. Just like level those, like level everybody up until they hit, what is it, level 3? Or level 2 as a monk? Level 2 as a monk, and then just do that. Hey, Angel Sin, how's it going? How you been? Oh wait, was I supposed to do this? I think I was. Okay, yeah. Silk Road. Morse. Okay, just fall on down. Only thing is, it wouldn't be super useful for Lena and Ferris right now because they're both doing like that red mage thing, splitting between black and white mage and then flipping. So I guess for Galuf and Bartz at least it would be useful. And you do so much damage, like so much more damage than you would normally be doing. So silly. Well, shoot. Yeah, I do remember that about the game, Denaz, is like once you basically get some other stuff unlocked, you just want the goal is to have your entire party be freelancers at the end with specific abilities equipped, right? And then they become gods. Yeah. Well, that's good. So, yeah. I need to do some more research on the job stuff. So that I'm a little better able to abuse the system. So I don't embarrass myself in front of pro gamers like Yellow. Alright, give me one more. One more fight. One more fight. Let's go, let's go. Always. Okay. Ooh. Here we go. Treasures. Crash. Ha ha ha. Erect! Aww. A silver armlet. Take it. Whee! Yeah, doesn't like some of the classes have things where they give you like innate abilities that just increase your stats by like a set percentage and stuff like that? I feel like they do. Buddy? They're controlling you, aren't they? Well, I won't let you destroy the crystal. Eh, okay. Uh-oh, here it comes! Holy crap. No, the Garula's a monk too! Or is it counterattacking me? I think it's counterattacking. Bro, please. Please stop. Sure hits enough times. Jesus. I think I'm doing something wrong, guys. I'm not trying to, I'm sorry. Shouldn't I have sleep? Or is that black magic? Yeah, just give me a second. Damn it. Okay, well, there you go. I know I was doing that wrong, but I won, so F you, Garula. Je bois. Je bois, Garula. The crystal. Oh, the crystal. Sorry, wrong voice. Gigi Rebois. Gigi Rebois. Gigi Rebois. We were too late. Alright, later, bro. Lord Galoof. Me? You know who I am. Lord Galoof. I couldn't protect it. Forgive me. Hey, stay with me, man. Please, tell me who I am. Protect. Fire Crystal. Bleh. Bleh. Oh shit. You know what? Is it possible to not pick any of these up? Like, could I have done a challenge with just the base 6 classes? Zerk, Sumner. Oh yeah, I can't get to that crystal until later, right? Okay. Oh! Uh-oh. We're doomed. Sildra! Sildra's finally getting its revenge. Mm. Yeah, I think I saw somebody doing a rando of this not too long ago. Look at this. Doesn't this look gorgeous though? Look at this. It's not like cinematic quality, but it's very nice the way this looks. Like it goes really well with the aesthetic of the game, but still looks nice. You know what I'm saying? You used the last of your strength to save us. Oh, well, thank you. You can't die. I won't let you. Thank you. Good looking, sir. I can feel your love flowing into my body. It's giving me power. Bah! The fame! Sorry, I just really like these. I'm so happy to have these emotes finally. I just took existing things and did animations, but I am going to get like actual custom animated emotes. So I'm going to have like separate things, not like stationary and animated versions of some stuff. Handsome fella. The handsome fella. The zoomies. The Palantir. I know all the code words. Devotion. Essence of water. Well, red mages are the best class, so... Well, I might do that, Benzo, or I might just do some stuff where I might just like do a video of me going, you know, or something like that for like GG. I haven't decided what I want to do. I screw with my emotes a lot. Altogether, between the animated stuff I've already uploaded and the non-animated stuff, I think I have like 40 emotes saved to my account, and the max is 85, something like that. So I definitely have fun with the emotes. So what's he wearing? Oh, a leather cap. Okay. I need to go back and buy a leather cap again. I guess I can just never sell any armor or weapons because I never know when I'll need them, right? Kimpo-gi. Yeah, I was even when Bartz was a knight, I was putting him in the ninja outfits or the monk outfits because they're lighter, so it didn't slow him down as much. Boom. Alright. So they're both about to hit the next level in those, and then maybe I'll train them as something else. I'll just switch them to Red Mage after that. So I guess I go back and talk to Dude Man again. Be like, yo, Dude Man. Give me 2 more fights real quick. I disagree. Yeah, there's probably going to be some off-screen leveling, or there'll be like an episode where I'm just like, probably once I get the 3rd crystal, I'll probably have an episode where I'm just leveling or something. Ooh. And I'm definitely going to need to figure out some blue magic. There we go. Okay. Oh, hang on, y'all. So what we need to do is yeah, we need to level everybody up as red mages, so they can all do that sweet, sweet red magic. And then, yes. Yeah. And then you are also a red mage. And you get... No. What am I thinking? You're not... You can't do barehanded yet, so you're dumb. You need to be... Yes, I had it right the first time. No, I'll do them all. Yeah. Okay. Now let's equip these losers. There we go. There. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. And then perfect. So now we can get our red magic up, and then we can just put red magic on our characters while they're being blue mages or whatever, and they'll be able to like actually train in non-magic-y things and still have some healing and attack abilities. Which I know that they max out at level 3 if I'm not mistaken, so they won't be great later on, but at least early on I'll be able to get a head start on some other classes and not have to worry about my party getting walloped. This is a big brain strat party. Big brain strat party. I guess we gotta talk to the king again, yeah? But actually, before we do that, I'm gonna put up the BRB screen again. Just gotta go check something real quick. I'll get a refill as well while I'm gone. I will be right back, y'all. I'm back. Hello, everybody. How are you? Sorry about that. I'm ready to rock and roll once more. Go see what the King's got going on. Oh, a commercial, but why? That doesn't seem fair. I don't often see those on my channel. Where's the King? Where is La King? Oh. You were completely right. You must hurry to Karnak. Their fire crystal is being amplified with a machine similar to ours. So how are we going to get to Karnak? Maybe this is the thing where they were like, oh, the Chancellor has something to say to you, and I couldn't find him. It's because I hadn't done this part yet. Perhaps. Or hops. I want to land and see if there's anything good there, but I know there's probably not. I know it's just pain and suffering that await me. Chancellor! So how am I supposed to get to Karnak? Yeah, the Chancellor's just vanished off the face of the earth, so I don't know. Okay. Anybody got a suggestion? I'm open to it. I'm very confused. Oh. There we go. Ooh. Oh, there he is. This staff has been in your family for generations. Take it. I'm sure you can find it useful. A diamond bell. Oh, is it the healing staff? Yeah, it's the healing staff. Okay. Found him! So we gotta find a way to get to Karnak. They told me to go back to Tycoon, which I did. That wasn't helpful. Okay. Okay. I like go back here and get Siren? Get the Siren. As a summon or no? I don't think so. Oh, he did! Okay. I'm gonna look it up because everybody's being quiet and I don't know what to do. I'm just. How did Karnak? I was supposed to investigate one of these meteorites. Oh, see, they would not. They said 0 to me about this. I would have never known. This just looks like the map where you fight the antlion in, was it Final Fantasy IV? Did he just warp? Got it. We won't know until we try. Swing. Swing. This place feels so familiar. And the soldier in that tower knew me. Who am I? Ah, well. Bye, dragon. Have fun. Away we go. Okay. So these things are just strong against magic in general. He did. There we go. Goblin punch. A two-handed though. There's nothing up here, is there? Nope. Oh no, I'm aged! Does that go away when you get... Okay. Oh. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Kill it with something. Die. Okay. Still just the one ability point, though. Okay. That was a little scary. Yeah, I'd have been better off fighting the easy shit back. That's the one thing I don't like about the ABP, or the ability thing in this game, is that it seems a little uneven when you can get the same amount from like every fight. Like, why would you not just go back to the water temple and run in circles in front of the healing bottle, you know? A town made prosperous by the fire crystal. You there! Don't move! There they are. Huh? You're in league with the monsters. We saw you all crawl from the meteorite. Don't try to deny it. Oh, well, I bought the hammer that Denaz told me to buy, so... Hopefully that was the right decision. Oh. Oh, horse feathers. A great escape, and it's another cell. That was the last of my explosives, too. Nuts. Oh, you kids think that's funny, do you? No, sir. Doesn't matter. The name's Sid. What? The same Professor Sid who made those terrible machines to amplify the crystals? Forgive me, that was rude. No, you don't have to apologize. It's the truth, after all. I'm to blame for everything. One day, many years ago, I found a faded old tome in the Library of the Ancients. It said that thousands of years ago, the crystals held much more power than they do now. So I studied the crystals at Tycoon, Waltz, and Karnak, and built machines to enhance them. But I was wrong. Increasing their power output only caused them to shatter. Oh, it's all my fault. But why are you locked up? I was too late to save the crystals in Tycoon and Waltz. Figured I could at least save the one here in Karnak. But when I tried to switch off the machine, they threw me in here. Sounds like we're on the same team, you and us. You're here to protect the crystal? Yup. We were asked to, by this. But that's a crystal shard. Who are you people? This is terrible, terrible! Professor Sid! What's happened? You were right all along. The crystal's cracked. What? I turned off the amplifier, but the crystal's power output has only increased. The fire-powered ship. Yes? What about it? Most likely the fire-powered ship is leeching power from the crystal. Professor, please, we cannot do this alone. You have to help us. I'll need these folks to lend a hand. What? But they were seen coming out of the meteorite. They're in cahoots with that werewolf. They can't help, I guess I can't either. All right, Professor. You're willing to help me, right? Yeah. I'll go ahead to the fire-powered ship. It's not exactly a safe place to be. You get ready and meet me there. I'll be waiting. Later. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Can't do anything in here yet. Okay. The crystal chamber is deep beneath the castle. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Captain, hang in there. The werewolf! Don't let it in! Are we sure I wasn't supposed to help him? Hmm. Okay. Well, people seem to be saying don't worry about it, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna go over here and buy more stuff though. I was instructed to purchase the hammer. Oh, and look, now it's far more expensive. Oh, because it was the most expensive thing. I get it. Hmm. Oh. Okay. And then I'll sell those long swords. And that'll give me enough to buy another one for the last one. And boom. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some money gathering. Hey, Denaz, welcome back. I did what you told me, and I bought the hammer first. Yep. I'm gonna level them up. I'm gonna level them up a couple of times so that they can have red magic as their like backup ability, and then I'm gonna like put them all out into other stuff, just so that everybody has the option for a little bit of healing or a little bit of black magic. I'm probably gonna do that off stream. Like I'm gonna fight a little bit because I got a little bit of time left, but um, probably gonna do it off stream. Yeah. Right, right. Proof. I'm trying to decide if I'd rather go back to one of the earlier areas. If I should go back to one of the early areas to build up ABP faster, or if I should fight here so that I can level up while I'm like actually gain good XP, you know, while I'm doing it. I'm feeling like the smarter answer is to just fight here. I'll probably have some time when I'm off stream that I'll just be walking like this and then pressing X occasionally when I'm doing something else. You know, like just dunk, dunk. Such a Canadian thing to say. Make a hat from them. Depends on what part of Canada, I guess. I'm gonna play Japanese ice climbers. Oh lord. The reason Bart's is just a little more ridiculous than the others with his weapon is because I've got the two-handed ability from the knight on his as his secondary thing. So he's just a little busted. But yeah, I want to teach him some blue magic as well. That's the other thing I need to do is like two-handed does get shit done. Honestly, I'm gonna look at the jobs. I actually used to have a Final Fantasy 5 and 6 like combination guide that I got for the like the PlayStation Classics or whatever. It was like a collection that they made for the PS1 that had both 5 and 6. Yeah. I don't have anything. I haven't learned any blue magic yet, but that's one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to get Anthology. There you go. I'm going to go back and get the spells that I missed. Assuming it'll let me teleport back with the meteorite. I should probably go check that before I start strategizing too hard. I know what that question mark ability is. That does damage based on your current HP versus your max HP, right? Doesn't it do like max HP minus current HP, and the result is how much damage you do? Can I also say it's a really minor thing, but I love the fact that you can walk diagonally in this game now. Instead of just up, down, left, right, you can walk diagonally. It's so nice. Just be like, wee! Yep. Thanks, Pixel Remaster. Whee! I'm gonna go back and kill that jackanape. I need to make sure I'm not level 5, right? Don't let the whole part. Well, I guess that's the one positive is that Galuf died, so now he's one level behind the rest of the party. So so if I get hit with level 5 death, either one of us or 3 of us will survive. Yeah, don't do it at level 20. No. Oh, do you have to actually be affected by it? So like somebody has to die from the ability to learn the ability? That's crummy. Give me your nuts. Why are you healing? You're all full health. Stupid. Noise. So next is 40. 40 ability points. Okay. That's doable. Proof. Proof. Why? Galuf, what is wrong with you, bro? Why do you want to heal so bad? I'm noticing, and they seem to be fairly common, which is awesome. That's a good thing. So it's between 18 and 25 battles, we'll say, if I don't get those every time. Oh my god. Galuf's an idiot. He's just gonna keep spamming cure every battle. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted to see. Yeah. I can't remember. Does the character that joins later in the game do they end up with the same level as the character that leaves, or do they start at like a set level again, so you have to catch them up? Try not to give spoilers. Lord. I'm just gonna document this for everybody so they know what next time on Friday when we go to play this again and I'm all like maxed out and everything, people will know exactly how much suffering I put myself through. I don't know. I honestly, I am still tempted to like go back to the other area, and because then I'll just actually get like really high XP as well. I'm very tempted to do that if I'm just going to be auto battling while not really watching the screen later on. It would be tempting. Like, it would be slower training the jobs, but at the same time, my other stuff would be way more up there, like my money and my levels. Because the level cap's 99, right? For everybody? Yeah. And being able to auto battle makes this a lot less stressful than in the old game. Thank you, Golov. I do need some better heal spells though. The group cure spell is not really worth it. And yet he insists on spamming it. I'm looking forward to Golov running out of that. Oh, that's cool. And they don't, yeah, they don't like show you, I guess, yeah, they don't show you what everything teaches here. Red Mage. There's only 4 job levels to this. Okay. Interesting. I might have to do some research on this. Get him. Mess him up. So, when you gain levels as a specific job, does that like permanently affect your stats, or are your stats reflected in what classes you currently are? So, like, if I was to train Bartz as a freelancer all the way to level 20 versus training him as a knight from level 1 to level 20, if I changed him into a monk, would his stats then be the same either way, or does it permanently affect their stat growth? Hmm. Okay. I'm reading the stuff. I think I'm putting too much thought into it. I'm treating it like Tactics Ogre, where it's like, hey, if you wanna have X amount of AP, you need to learn, you need to level this many times in this class and then this many times in this class. I think I'm putting too much thought into it. Oh, wrong button. I just really want him to hurry up and run out of cure spells so I can have him start fighting. Okay. So the stats don't level up like in Tactics Ogre Knight of Lotus, right? Like that's you said they don't do that. It's just Bartz has stats that he gains at every level, and then being an X class gives him this many bonus points to certain things. Truth. I could do that. Nutkins. Get him. Get him. Get him. So one Nutkin, a Hornet, and a Stray Cat are worth 1, but 3 Nutkins are worth 2. Makes sense. Oh, we almost dare. Nutkins! Oh no! So now I just have to win between 50 and 100 more battles to get level 3 red magic. And then between 500 and 1,000 more battles to get dual cast. Sounds terrible. Yep. Oh no. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Was I was gonna just basically be a red mage with other stuff, so that I don't have to deal with the nonsense of it. But all right, I think I'm gonna call it here, guys. I know I'm gonna have to do a whole lot more off screen leveling. So when you see me again, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save here, and then I'm gonna save another file down so you guys can see the difference in growth between the two. And I will be back with more of this on Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. Between now and then, I do have a Wednesday midday stream. I am going to try to start up new in Moonlighter once again. Last week we tried to play it, and the RNG enraged me. And then I ended up getting a PB in Mega Man 2 because of it. So we'll just have to see what happens. But if anybody has a suggestion for who we could raid, that would be awesome. I would love to be able to do that because we have a good group of people in here right now. I'm going to close this and we're going to, because I don't want the music playing constantly in the background, we're going to see who we can raid. What was my frame drops like today? 6,000. Great. Love it. I don't know what it is. Like in the last 3 weeks, all of a sudden, I've started dropping frames like every single stream. And there was a point, even after I got my new computer back in early January and like late December, when I would stream, I did like an 8-hour stream and lost 12 frames one time. So I don't know what's going on now. I blame Calrea. Something's on sale. Walking Dead, Walking Dead, Walking Dead. Oh, okay. Well, how exciting is that? Not very. Let's see. Who do we got? 6 cards playing Super Metroid. Super Princess Sequoia is playing Super Mario World with Ard Vargas. Angelic Jade is playing Super Mario 3. Cosmic's playing. Well, I guess we know what we're doing then, huh? Didn't even say. Or we go see Philip. Philip Schneider's playing Animal Crossing. We haven't seen Philip in a while. Okay. I'm gonna go see Philip. Philip Snyder's only got one viewer right there, and right now, and they've been coming into my YouTube a lot and into my stream a lot and hanging out and supporting me. So that's who we're gonna raid. Philip Schneider. And he literally just started. He's 6 minutes into his stream, so he'll be doing it for a long while.
I don't like cities, Hannah. Why is that even on there?
Okay.
You named this nut city.
There we go.
I like
All right, everybody. I'm going to throw up the ending soon screen. I hope to see you all on Wednesday, but if I don't, as always, until next time, stay healthy, stay safe out there, y'all.
Read the notice.
Later.